Hey everybody, TrinfiniteX here, back with some more Tears of the Kingdom. How is everyone today? How's it going, Time Tree? Good to see you. Am I gonna do Lurelin? No, probably not gonna do Lurelin today. But actually, we're probably not gonna do the Gerudo today either. Because I think we need to get some equipment together. I think we need to actually, take care of some of that. But before we do that, we need to finish these, we need to finish these two pieces of the map here. I've got two parts of the skydiving set, but we need to get the final part. And we're gonna probably go ahead and pick up like the Fierce Deity set as well today, because I feel like that makes sense. And of course, we're gonna work on some more shrines. Gotta get our stamina up. First things first, though, let's actually complete the map. We'll mess around a little bit with the duplication glitch as well. Might as well use it while we can, save as much time as possible. Yeah, there's not really an easy way to dragon farm in this game because it's like a certain amount of set time has to pass. Yeah, you can't just like farm bits of the dragon anymore. Otherwise, that'd be a pretty good way to get rupees. Although not as good as current duplication methods. Gotta make use of that duplication glitch while we can before they inevitably patch it, because I'm honestly surprised that glitch is even in the game, given that you couldn't do that in Breath of the Wild. Is this the one that's... Yeah, this is the one that's completely buried, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so this one is completely buried, and I'm trying to remember. What was the trick for getting in there again? Either above or below. Yeah, I think the lid is still left on tight. Yeah, I think I remember using Ascend to get in. I'm just trying to remember how I did it. Oh, how'd I take care of this again? Well, there's one of those falling down if we want to check up high again. No. Let's check up high real quick, just to be sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, okay. Also, how's it going, Duck Game? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we do have to go from below, it looks like. When they mention a cave, this is probably why they mention it. Yeah. Okay, it's all starting to come back to me now. And a hearty truffle, that's good. Time to make a raft. Float our way down there. There we go. We'll even grab that bomb flower on the way. I'll take that. There's our plank. Oh, there's a couple of them. It's going. Yeah, I hear you. Stream loading for you? Uh-oh. I need to jump in further ahead. Okay. Yeah, it must be just on your end. Time Treek is all seems to be well over here. I'm not dropping any frames or anything. There's a couple bomb flowers over there I'm gonna try and grab real quick. Also, there's this. Always gotta be ready to crouch in this game. They're doing a better job of making puzzles that actually require that now. There we go. And now we're in. Well, this game has lots of, like, lots and lots of waterfall secrets. Like half the waterfalls in Hyrule are got holes in them or behind them or somewhere. I told you, Hyrule is Swiss cheese, I tell you. That's true, it is. Now from here, is that dragging out yet? No, it's not. Dang it. I was hoping for a Farosh, but actually I think Farosh is actually further down this way. But yep, just one more section of map to get, and it's important to get these because the travel medallion is a thing that I would like to get today. We need to get Robbie over to the Hateno Tech Lab, which means I think we need to take some more pictures. Why are there such cold mountains right beside a desert? Actually, that does make sense. Do you know how deserts form in real life? There's a thing called rain shadow. Like, the Sahara Desert is actually the result of several mountains on the edge of Africa that block all the rain. That's why it's there. And those mountains would have to be tall enough to actually block the rain clouds from getting to that area. So it's actually not completely far-fetched. It's actually reasonably accurate. Hey, Aurora. How's it going? Weird you didn't get a notification. I mean, is it though? Is it weird you didn't get a notification? This is Twitch we're talking about. Rivali's Gale, but horizontally, yes. Tulin's Gale, I guess, is nice for covering distance, but I do sometimes miss Rivali's Gale, though, for just giving us height. Not gonna lie. I'm not a huge fan of the champion abilities, or how they're implemented in this game. I really am not. Breath of the Wild actually did a better job on that front. Uh-oh. I missed. I was too quick. There we go. Pinecone and fire. Yeah. Or the spicy pepper and fire. You can kind of get it that way. But doing it that way is slow. Very. Let's land over here so that guy doesn't snipe us. There we go. Oh. And that's our last area. And also, quite importantly, this area happens to be where the last skydive equipment is. The last test of courage is over there. So we're gonna complete this right away. The maneuverability in the air while falling is actually pretty nice to have. And turn around. So, have you guys all gotten this set already? The full skydiving set? Let me guess. This is Beat the Construct, isn't it? Aurora's got it. How about you guys? Duck Game, Time Tree. Have you gone out of your way to do the skydive set yet? Get all 3 pieces of it. It is good for mid-air maneuverability. Yep. What level of construct are you again? Do I really have the weapons for this? Might have to come back to this after we get the Fierce Deity set today. Also, how many of you have the Fierce Deity set already? So if you don't have it yet, I'm showing off how to get it. Oh, you're level 1. Okay. Maybe? I do have this crazy good spear. Yeah, we could give this a try. Am I good on fairies? Got 3. Sure. There we go. Got a bunch of spears, let's use them. I've got plenty of arrows, and this thing has not enough health. Bye, tier 1. There's a flux core. Do I want to use that? I mean, I guess I can. Sure, why not? Now, auto build a solution. Since we have so much zonite. And we can get this shrine unlocked. Easy peasy. I think it's, yeah. It's not gonna like, it doesn't like that. Hold on. Here we go. There we are. Not enough power. We can fix that. Here we go. Yeah, I might need to expand our battery just a bit more. Nice smooth landing. I'll probably do a bunch of shrines. One after another later. This time, I'm not going to climb the tower. We're just going to go to the bottom of it. Let's see. You know what else? Let's use a ferry so that more will spawn. There we go. So whenever the game detects that we have 2 or less ferries in our inventory, it spawns ferries wherever they're supposed to be. So these skydive islands will always have 3 ferries around them. Assuming you meet the requirements. Do I have anything stealthy? No, nothing yet. That's another thing we're gonna go ahead and get. We'll pick up the Sheikah stealth armor. You're flying high. I don't trust that. I'm going up here. This way we'll have the max number of berries. Tooling. I was only mashing A to collect that ferry. Calm down. We've already got 2 pieces of the set, so this should be simple. Actually, real quick, is there anything up here? Resource-wise? Might as well grab some of these before we go. This one's simple enough. They just move. Honestly, the other one was harder because it tried to smack us into cliffs. And we already have 2 pieces, so... Like, I can see how this one would be challenging if we didn't already have 2 pieces of the outfit, but, yeah. No, that was last time. Last time we did this one took a ferry from me because I smacked myself into a cliff. Or was that on my other file when I was trying to get it? But yeah, those cliff sides. Like, actually, I think I did pretty good on the stream, and then on my own file when I went to go get it, I hit a cliff. And I was like, oh, stupid clouds, I couldn't see. I should probably be wearing the skydive equipment as well, because I wasn't doing that either. Again. So, I did find out that if we do really, really well, like if we break the record that he would have given us, then he actually gives us the equipment and the large zonai charge. So, let's see if I can do good enough to get both. Line up nicely, which they're doing so far. We will easily break the record. Yeah, that was actually even better than I did in my other file too. Glide tights. And a large zonai charge. Got them both. The large charges are good. But I actually need at least a couple of these smaller charges still. Let's play the gotcha. Okay. So now we've got full skydive set. So we getting the set bonus on this? Not today because I don't have enough ferries unlocked. So there's a bunch of things to do. But since we have our skydive set bonus for this is kind of busted. I actually don't know what it is yet, but feel free to share. That's the kind of spoiler I really don't mind. Let's get some of these shrines. Fall damage immunity? Whoa. That's actually kind of crazy. You know what else is kind of crazy? These. Man, why have we got to do this again? My least favorite type of shrine. No bow and arrow. All right. Light. Oh. But doing that actually... Oh, that's so dumb. I just want a regular shield. Why would it break my shield just to use that? There we go. Oh. The level 2 construct. Ah! There we go. And we'll go ahead and use his horn piece. For a stronger shield now. And there's also this. Ooh. Okay. That sounds real nice, Duck Game. I look forward to experimenting with that. Rubies. Ooh. It's too bad we can't take any of those with us. No way it lets us keep these rubies. Aw, see, look at that! I have two entirely distinct reasons for hating these shrines, and that's one of them. Why not let us keep any of the goodies we got? This better be a good treasure. That is not a good treasure. That is a meh treasure at best. I mean, we can make use of it, but still. Let's get this one next. This one's probably a blessing since we beat the construct for it. Since we beat that Minecraft boss. The single-handed rods are kind of bad, honestly. I'll probably get rid of that. But a free shrine is a free shrine. I actually kind of want to go back and get the record on the other skydiving thing. I didn't do that on this file. So I'm going to grab that real quick. And it's another large Zonai charge. So I think it's worth getting. $20 seconds or less. Oh my goodness, the mobility is good. Just barely, but we got it. Nice. All right. Let's knock out this other shrine over here. I mean, we've already taken out 2. Why not take out 2 more and go ahead and improve our stamina? Also, while we're here, there's something I actually want to show you guys. So, as you guys may have noticed, hardy stuff is hard to come by. Hardy fish, the hardy radishes, hardy truffles. Hardy truffles are in random caves everywhere, but there are certain islands where you will find hardy radishes and the like. In my other file, I marked a few of them for myself and my convenience. I think this was one of them, yeah. So here in Zora's domain, they actually sell a hardy salmon. And then these 3 islands here all possess hardy radishes. And I think, let's see, which one is which? Is it this one? There's another one. I think this is it. Yeah, I believe those are the hardy radish locations for you guys. And then the hardy salmon sold down there, plus any hardy truffles you find. It'll allow for you to stock up nice and easy, actually. Since there's some over there, after I'm done with this shrine, we might go ahead and gather some up. I haven't actually done the puzzle yet for this. So, let's go ahead and fix that. There we go. So how much progress have y'all made in the story and such? Oh, that's so close. Almost put it right in there. Nice and easy, and got another large charge. That's excellent. And we are well equipped. Exploring the depths and carrying whatever we want now. So I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and get a heart for my next upgrade. Just one. So, heart, stamina, finish the second wheel, then get one heart. And then finish the third wheel before getting any more. That seems like a decent plan to me. Up we go. We're headed for that shrine right there. Looks like we have enough skydive maneuverability to just land right on it, too. Perfect. As soon as we're done here, time for the Fierce Deity set. actually haven't done this in my other files, so I'm not sure how to handle this. Should be a fun experience. Sneaking suspicion, based on the way this looks, I think I know what they want. Let's put him on diagonally. Perhaps this will do. Is this what we're aiming for? There we go. It seems to work just fine. Easy shrine. Didn't have to do anything. Well, actually, hold on. Do I want that chest? Oh, I know how we get it. Now that we've opened the door. Alright, a mighty construct bow. Let's drop the bow we've been using for that. That sounds fantastic. Easy. Didn't have to think too hard for that one. Okay, fierce deity time. Oh, apparently we have to talk to these guys. This guy's pretty loose-lipped. So, if we know the solution, we don't have to feed dogs, which is really, really nice to not have to do that. It's this chest right here. I always see it as, you know, these flowers, and it's between two chests, and we're right on these rocks right here. That's how we know we've got the right one. Oh, darn, it's just a regular old bottle with a note in it that you can clearly see. Also, that's a huge bottle. Look how big that is. It's half the size of a man. It is an enormous bottle. Actually, while I'm here... Hey there, little lizard. Having fireproof lizards is really nice. At least a few. Go. Just in case. So now we've got all the hints. Well, no need to mark them. There's one over there. There's one over here. And one in the old tree stump way over here. Let's get this one since we already have the shrine right next to it. Oh, I'm looking forward to the Fierce Deity set. It's such a good set. It's locked by amiibos. It's locked by amiibos before, but now... Now everyone can get it. So much better looking than the barbarian armor. Just have to crouch through a little hole down here in order to get this. Nice and simple. Grab this. And... go ahead and grab this too while we're at it. Making us crouch more often. No easy way over there. Well, we can just go from here. Preserve some height, though, in order to get in there. So if y'all needed to know how to get this, we'll have it shortly. Need some stamina. I really feel like we should be recovering stamina right now, since we're not using the paraglider. But Link has to be on the ground for some reason. Man, the extra mobility from this is nice. Maybe I should have rested on the shore. Don't want to drown here. That would be stupid. There we go. So I believe it'll put me way back over it. Yeah, it'll probably put me way back over at the tower, since that was the last piece of land I touched. Why won't you? What are you doing, Link? Oh my gosh. Let's actually pick this up. Oop. My full-on weapons? Oh yeah, we're gonna drop this. We don't need that. Let's make a hammer. Play some Minecraft. Thank you, Tulin. That was brilliant. There's a Stalnox in here. I really care to fight one. Or you can just leave. After collecting the prize up here. Oh, no, never mind. We do have to fight it. Dang. All right. Fine game. This is a little tough with the equipment we have. But we'll manage. And actually, we do have a piece of the Fierce Deity set. Could go ahead and use its attack power increase. No reason we can't do that. Left eye, pretty sure this is the right. Yeah, it is. But the treasure is down here. I mean, maybe the left eye from the skull's perspective. Because, like, if you think about it, it would be their left eye if they're looking at us. But yeah, I get you. At first, I thought it was in the chasm, too. I know what you mean. So... here's what we do. Good spear. That spear. And we'll save that. Attach something to it eventually. Chasm Eye did have good reward though? Oh, okay. That's good to hear. At least your time wasn't completely wasted though. It's always good that your time isn't completely wasted. Just gonna grab these giant bright bloom seeds. I'm actually kind of looking for bomb flowers. Always want to keep a healthy supply of bomb flowers. There we go. Now for the tree stump, and then we'll have the complete set. And then we can come back for the sword, but I'm actually not going to come back for the sword. And the reason why is because we don't really have that much inventory space. It's a good sword, and I'll pick it up later. My main concern is just getting the actual Fierce Deity set at the moment. I'll come back for the sword when I actually have space for it. Yeah, I know. Like, what even happened there? Did Link, like, give Zelda the house, I guess? Because it was definitely our house. Like, he might have, I guess. But yeah, like, since when is that house Zelda's house? It was definitely Link's house. Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this. It's a simple Korok puzzle. We just have to glide all the way here and land on this. But yeah, I guess Link just let Zelda have it. Okay, so one of these caves leads to it, and there's a ton of bomb flowers around here. I'm gonna collect at least some of them. Also this. May as well. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would have been fine with Link and Zelda sharing the house. I think the romance angle they did in Skyward Sword was actually a good idea. But it doesn't look like they decided to pursue it again. Three of each. You get 3 of each weapon stand in Breath of the Wild. Let me guess, you get more in this game. With what appears to be a house in Akala, but I haven't bothered with that yet. Getting some stamina back. Ah, there we go. This one was actually a little tricky to find with all the different false turns. But there we have it. Full Fierce Deity set, finally ours. Again, we could go back to the cave here to get the Fierce Deity sword, but I'm going to save that until we have some more inventory. So, let's go to Kakariko and get another armor set. Ooh, actually, we are going to have to stop by Tenno, though. You know what? We can use this opportunity to do some duplicating, though. Possibly. Might as well take advantage while we can. So, I don't have any diamonds to duplicate. That is unfortunate. But I can still duplicate some other things. So here's how it works. It's pretty simple. I need this to be the last item in my inventory. We're gonna do star fragments. And then we just need to be paragliding. And have a few things in our inventory that are one of. We basically just need to be in a state where we can't normally hold something. So I'll hold one of this and one of this. And then I'll close the menu and then reopen it again real quick. And you notice I dropped the first item, but the last item is back in my inventory again, despite the fact that I'm dropping it. So this is obviously a serious programming error that they did not intend. But be careful how much you drop. After about 20 or so items on the ground, the game will not let you... The game will not spawn any more items. It won't allow you to do any more. Hey, look at that. Now look how much I have. Can do this to make sure that's the last item in my inventory. Yep, it's that simple. You couldn't do this in Breath of the Wild. In Breath of the Wild, they did a check to make sure you can't hold stuff in midair normally. But in this game, they apparently forgot that check. Go into your menu. Hold 4 of this. Close and open. Again, just be careful how much you do at once, because if you do too much at once, the game will stop spawning things. It'll delete things you've already spawned in. So you'll lose some items if you spawn in too many. 4 waves seems to be acceptable, however. So 4 things. You just need 4 items that you have only one of, and then make sure the item you want to duplicate is the last thing in your inventory. And that's it. That's all you have to do. It's very fast. It's very simple. Literally anybody could do this. Diamonds, large zonite, those are the sorts of things we want to duplicate. I don't have any diamonds, but I have star fragments.
Hi.
Stop talking and let me sell. I don't want to sell all of them. I want to make sure I still have 4 for duplication, but, yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Obviously, diamonds would be far more efficient. So that's where your amiibo stuff went. I scanned all my amiibo at once before looting. Yeah. If there's too many things on the ground, the game will just start deleting stuff. It'll just be like, oh, you've got 20 items on the ground, so I'm gonna delete the first few items in order to make room for the new ones. Gotta make sure you don't do too much at once. Oh, this has to be the last thing in the inventory. I'm gonna be doing this for just a minute because we're gonna do large zonite as well. So, hold these 4. Amazing, isn't it? Thousands of rupees made in just a few seconds. Just like that. Now again, this has to be the last item in our inventory in order for this to work. So, or to work properly anyway. So that's why it's easier if we have a small number to start with. And we can kind of only do like 16 at a time.
Ah.
3,200 rupees. Just like that.
Ah.
You still think you're not going to do it, Aurora? It's very helpful. Might as well take advantage of it while they haven't patched it. Let's go ahead and clone this too. Might as well save a little bit of mining time. This is a nice spot for this. Plenty of space. We can do it off of literally anywhere we can paraglide, but I like this spot. Free battery. I guess in theory, if I was very careful about the order I collect things in, I could end up with this being the last item again. If I wanted. I can clone any item in there. I may do it once or twice. Yeah, huh? Just save yourself some time. Clone some diamonds so you can get money for outfits. Some zonite for battery. Maybe some high-end like some high-end items. Honestly, hardy stuff, potentially. There's a bunch of different things that are worth cloning. Okay, so in order to get the shop prices down to a reasonable level, to buy the Sheikah armor, we have to concoct a recipe. It's basically porridge, but it has anti-gloom effects. Hylian rice, fresh milk, and wild greens is what we need. And of course, a Sundelion. So, a quick visit to Hateno will fix our milk problem, and we can get a shrine while we're over there. You know what? Sure. We got that in the shrine, let's use it. That was an actually decent gift. We're going the wrong way, though. Turn around. There it is. We'll grab onto this. We can snatch this Korok seed real quick. Yeah, I'm not gonna do like a large amount. I'm not gonna spend like hours duplicating, especially not on stream, but I definitely plan on making use of duplication. The main reason I'm not gonna go like ham on duplication is really just because like there's no way that either of my current files are going to be permanent, meaning I'm definitely gonna be playing this game through a couple times, just like Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna be playing this a lot. This is a long game. And, gonna be playing it through multiple times, for sure. This channel is going to be a Zelda channel for quite some time. Should I just do it? Yeah, you know what? I'll just do it. Oh yeah, this one. Okay. Don't be fooled, this one's easier than it looks. Just attach an orb to the... Like, they want you to, like, build a scoop and scoop out the the orb. I mean, or you could just attach the orb itself to the wheel. No need for actually building anything complicated out of those metal pieces. The name just baits you into doing it. Any of the orbs will do. And done. Now we head over to the shop.
Yeah.
Apparently everyone loved the Mario movie here in Hateno.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
This guy apparently feels the need to throw a sales pitch at us for an item that I'm already aiming to buy. There's also Hylian rice here.
Oh. Oh.
So that works out nicely. Now, do I have any greens? I do. Okay. Good. In that case, right back to Kakariko. Since we're up high, I'll go ahead and do a quick round of duplication, just one. Do myself settle, there we go. Hold. And then maybe this. And then... Oh, wait a sec. Okay, I was worried for a second that the star fragments were going to disappear because if a star fragment falls in water, it disappears. But apparently this water was shallow enough to where that wasn't a concern. Okay. That's alright. Honestly, we've done enough anyway. We just needed some cash. Just some spending money. Let's see here. Hylian greens, the rice, the milk, and a Sundelion. And then suddenly... Anti-gloom porridge.
Ah. Whoa.
And with her grandmother feeling better,
Ah. Oh.
the shopkeeper will lower her prices
Ah.
from like 5,000 rupees for each piece of the stealth armor to a much more reasonable like 700, 600, and 500, something like that.
Hmm. Hmm. Ah.
I leave you guys to read all this if you're interested. I mean, I was too on the first round, but no need to
Yeah.
spend time reading all that when you guys are just gonna do it if you're interested at all. What do I have in my inventory? Okay, we're good more or less. But I guess we could do some cooking while we're right here. Why not? Might as well be as prepared as we can be. Wild greens are surprisingly good as health foods. That wasn't all the Sundelions I had, right? Or maybe it was. Just the one? I thought I had... Okay, no. There we go. And I believe that's gonna do it. There is actually a maximum amount of meals we can cook. I found that out the other day. Yeah, this should be good. Yeah, much more reasonable prices.
Ah. 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 Ah.
And suddenly we're doing a lot better. Not really any need for that set. Suddenly our inventory is looking so much better. Full glide set, stealth set, and fierce deity set. And we can even go back and complete some other sets like the snow quill set. And we have enough money for the heat protection set over here too. In fact, I might even drop by Goron Village just to pick that up. No, let's not get too far out of our way. How many Korok seeds do I have? 7. Might need to save up for a bit longer. But we'll get what we can. We'll see if we can get another weapon slot, maybe. Yeah, let's go over there. So, once you talk to Hestu, Hestu will be over here. Until we rescue the Great Deku Tree, so... we'll just go ahead see if I have enough for an inventory slot. Please be enough. Five Korok seeds, sure. We'll take that. Every little expansion helps. I'll go ahead and grab this since I didn't finish the Snow Quill set.
Oh.
I might as well go ahead and finish it since I've got the cash now. How many arrows do I have? 111, so I think we're good.
Oh. Ah.
And I'll throw in a few of the star fragments. Just 4.
Oh.
I'll keep the rest.
Oh.
Then we'll head down underground. And turn in some of our large zonite ore that we cloned. The more battery we have, the better. To 130. We'll grab all of these as well since I've got enough zonite. Now we're up to 160. And now we need to wait for him to restock. I could do a couple of warps and a camp to fix that. However, I also want to go ahead and chase after Master Koga. So I think that's what I'm going to do next. And beating him will give us some stuff too. Plus, we need some statue pictures, I believe, for Joshua so that we can get Robbie to go over to Hateno. Get our travel medallions. So, let's get some pictures. What pictures do I have already? Just this one. Okay, so, yeah, let's get a few more. Let's get this lady right here. I think this will do. Now. Here's how we explore the depths in style. Our simple motorbike, and then we throw a giant bright bloom seed on the front of it so we can see where we're going. I need to organize this. Yeah, I should hit sort instead. That will turn it on. Make sure you whack it to turn it off. off we go. We'll, of course, be grabbing all the light roots on the way as we encounter them. May make a few stops as well. We'll see. It's a long road over to the Gerudo abandoned mine from here. But basically, the abandoned mines tend to all be below the settlements on the surface. So the Gerudo abandoned mine is basically right where this is, right where this dot is. We're gonna go ahead and use one of these so we don't have to make as many pit stops. So, beating bosses and things will actually give us 20 energy, as well as the boss's materials, so beating bosses is a good thing if we have the time for that. With how little battery we have, we're forced to either consume a lot of charges or land occasionally to recharge our battery. Thanks to our bike design, we are able to, in fact, land. Let's get a little closer to the ground. We don't want that to fall too far away from us, or it will, in fact, despawn. Thankfully, it survived the impact. Zonai super glue is incredible. Any research team members we find down here are all Yiga, as you might expect.
Oh.
This guy wants us to disarm.
Huh?
We're not gonna do that. He's a joke. We get a banana. It's very nice to have bananas. We'll take his weapon, and I don't know. We'll fuse it with something. Electric Lizalfo's horn. Sure, why not? "21 damage electric sword." Now we'll just fly over here. This is so much more convenient than walking. Just turn that around. And keep heading towards the dot. Pick up any light roots along the way. Yeah, not in the most recent entries, that's for sure. I'm gonna stop to let our battery charge a bit. I actually initially I did explore the depths a lot just on foot. That is a thing I will not be doing again. I mean, and the reason why is because I didn't know that auto build could just charge me for things that I didn't have. It would just charge me Zonite for it. Like, if I had known, because I was constantly like, oh, I need to find the control stick somewhere so that I can actually build machines that won't just fly in a straight line only. I didn't realize that if I found one, I've found an infinite supply. As long as I can pay for it, and it's really cheap. I don't want to land. I want to get to that light route. These large charges are like really nice to have early on. When you don't have that much battery. They are quite good. Oh, I see this is a small one. It's okay. Perhaps the ones up ahead will be larger. Let's point ourselves in the right direction, though. And there we go. Take a second to land right here-ish. Yeah, here's a vehicle port. Land right there. Recharge our battery. Our second stamina bar. So this is the mine for Karakara Bazaar. Apparently that counts as a settlement large enough for there to be a forge down here. Okay, so y'all should know what's coming next. Just gonna come up to here, I guess, or someplace I can paraglide from. Yeah, there we go. Here's a good spot. Let's get our large zonite out. What we do have, drop it on the ground. Now it's the last item in our inventory. And then, let's see, what other things do I have only one of? This. And sure, why not? This. And this. Hey, Gio, how's it going? I think we landed on a puff shroom. That's fine. How are your adventures in Hyrule going? Well, I hope. Have you been messing around with the new duplication glitch? It's super easy. And crazy powerful. Yeah, there's a really easy glitch for duplicating items in your inventory. It's crazy good. Miner mask. I actually missed this mine in my other file. I'll have to go get it. Might as well get a free construct. Not that I'll ever use it. Instant scaffold. I mean, I guess that's not terrible. I do know what auto build will do if I have insufficient parts. So yeah, here, let me show it to you real quick. Geo, it's super simple. Like, I don't know if this is the same dupe glitch you've been using or not, but... But basically, anywhere you can paraglide, you can do it. You just do like so, go into your menu. Hold on, actually, I need to get things in order. But let's say, for example, I want to clone this large zonite. Well, first of all, hold on. Yeah. Let me make sure it's the last item in my inventory, so I'm going to pull it all out and put it onto the ground. Now it's the last item in my inventory. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? And then the game decided not to climb that. Get up there. Now here's what we do. We jump off this ledge right here. We go into our menu. We pick something we have only one of. We hold it. And then we hold a bunch of large zonite. We close the menu, and then we reopen our menu quickly. And then we pick something else we have only one of. You'll notice the amount of large zonite in my inventory did not decrease. Close and open. Hey, look, it's still the same. It's still the same. And hey, look at all that. Now I have 23. Nice and easy. Was that the dupe glitch you were using, or... You can clone any item in your inventory that way. Star fragments, diamonds, dragon parts, hearty foods. There's lots of things to clone. And it's so easy, too. I was literally just saying this to everybody earlier. You can't do this in Breath of the Wild because they put in a check that doesn't let you hold things in midair. But in this game, they apparently forgot that check. And as a result, this is what we can do. Better abuse it now while you still can. That's all I'm gonna say. Better abuse it now while you still can, because you know they're gonna patch this. You know they're gonna patch this. I have long since stated that Nintendo's priorities are definitely not our enjoyment, but rather to tell us how to have fun. If they get the chance to patch out something, they will. Even though people are already having fun with it, they will not let us continue to have fun with it if it wasn't intended. So, they will patch this eventually. If they don't, I'll actually be very impressed with them. I'll actually be impressed and happy if they don't. Okay, this is something they should have easily caught in testing if they didn't want it in the game. Pause for a second while our battery recharges because we want to get the light route before we start the Koga fight. Well, yeah, that's the only reason people still play things like Breath of the Wild, too. Breath of the Wild's code is Swiss cheese. In fact, a lot of Zelda games and Nintendo games in general have poor coding in certain places. That's not at all surprising. Oh no, you can do it literally anywhere you can paraglide, Geo. Literally anywhere you can paraglide. Just make sure that that it's the last item in your inventory that you're cloning and that you pick something you have one of. So here's what happens. You can actually just take an item and just pull it out, but I think what happens here, let me show it off real quick. So here's what happens if we just pick any item and just do that. Because this works technically on anything. So, for example, let's say I want to clone this amber. I'm in midair, and I want to hold this. Let's clone something a little more valuable. Is there anything more valuable I can clone that won't be a problem? Not especially. Well, wait, not with this organization. What if I reorder it? Yeah, there we go. That's still not great, but... Sure. Let's see. Let's clone this wood. I'm gonna hold all 3 pieces of wood. Close and reopen. And the wood's gone. So it didn't do that. So you do need the one of item. But let me see here. Here's what happens if I do it when I'm cloning something that's not the last thing in my inventory. So I'm gonna hold something I have 1 of, and then I'm gonna hold 3 large Zonai charges. But this is not the last item in my inventory. Watch what happens. Where'd my wood go? It clones the stuff, but it subtracts it from the item that's next to it. So if I wanted to clone this, but it's not the last item in my inventory, it will take away Zonai charges to clone it. That's why you want whatever you're cloning to be the last thing in your inventory. Now, wood is, of course, easily replaceable. So I am not at all upset about the loss of my wood. I can just get it back anytime. So, but that's what would happen if it's not done specifically that way. Yeah, there's a few combinations you can try. I've seen slight variations on this glitch. By all means, have fun with it. Where or how do I make my battery last longer? It's super important for... Is it super important for a longer battery life? Well, honestly, I was about to deal with that. Stick around for a few minutes. Have you fought Master Koga the first time? Have you done a Master Koga fight to get auto build? After beating him, you should have received a bunch of energy crystals in a chest. Do you not remember where the battery forge is? Oh. Dude, you really need to. You really, really need to. Go talk to Joshua and Robbie down here in Lookout Landing. And then dive in here to get the picture functionality. Once you have the picture of the statue that Joshua wants, you do the side quest. You can do a little back and forth. Yeah, go down here to the central abandoned mine beneath the Great Plateau. Go down here. Trust me. You really want to do this. It's kind of a big deal. Auto build changes the whole game and makes it so much better. Like, seriously, auto build changes everything. You see this machine I'm flying around in? I can literally build it anytime. Yeah, the flying bike. I can literally build it anytime. I have it saved as a favorite. I made it one time. I literally found a vehicle port down there with a bunch of random parts. I built this bike one time. And now, for 9 Zonite, I can, even if I don't have the parts out, I can literally just build the bike wherever and whenever. I'm not going to do it because I have one right next to me, but if I press A here, it'll just build it out of thin air for 9 Zonite. It's 3 Zonite per part, and it's a 3-part bike. And that's it. And now I can fly for as long as I have battery. It takes very little battery because there's only 3 parts, and I can just fly. I can go up. I can go down because my fans are angled. There's a reason why the fans are angled, so I can go down. And I can just kind of fly. Just like that. And you can get up to 16 batteries. You get the 8 green ones, and then you get the second bar, the 8 blue ones, over top of them. So you can fly for a long time. And the chasm is... yeah, the depths are really expansive. It's literally a second map. This whole... it's just the surface, but flipped upside down. It's huge. There's so much to do down here. And you will have to go down here a couple times for the main quest. So you might as well get all the goodies down here too. It's worth it. Meanwhile, I'm about to do my second round of Master Koga. Yeah, you have some work to do. Go get the picture functionality. Go do the stuff. Get auto build. It's worth. It literally makes Zonai constructs worth using. Like, when I started this game, I was like, oh, you know, I have to individually build every single Zonai device, and I have only a tiny little battery for it, and, you know, I have to build it over and over again each time I want to use it. Dude, auto build fixes all my complaints about the Zonai devices. It fixes everything. It makes them actually usable. It also makes the gacha machines basically useless. Like, you know the gacha globes up in the sky? Like these globes where you just, like, put in charges to get random parts? You don't even have to use those. Like, you can if you want to save some Zonite, I guess, but, like, there's only a couple parts that you really care about. So you really don't have to use the gachas that much anymore, which is fantastic. Auto build is just that cool. Alright, Master Koga time. I'm gonna save right here. And we are going to fight Master Koga for the second time. I really, really wish this was voice acted. It's the right hand, right? So why isn't it working? You back there, take over for a while. Huh? It's you again. So, Link, you just had to follow me here, didn't you? I'm doing what you did exactly, but it refuses to work. You tricked me. I won't stand for this. You wasted some of my time, but no more. I'll battle you. I'll beat you. And steal that power back from you. Oh, you don't have time tonight to play? What you busy with? You got work or something? School, maybe? What you got going on? Excuse me while I grab my own little machine, Master Koga. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ugh. Get bullet time and nail him. And I've got the Fierce Deity set now, so might as well switch to that. I really wish it would let us equip weapons faster. Huh? Oh. Back already? Here's to hoping it will be patched by tomorrow? No. Probably not. I mean, I guess it could be. But I don't think so. Come on. Just come around here for me. Oh, hey! Oh, and then I didn't get bullet time because the stupid thing won't give me momentum. Whoa. Where'd you send my bike to? There it is. I can leave the fight, and it will continue as soon as I get back in the ring. There we go. Ah! It's coming back faster. Come on, turn. Ugh. Oh boy. No, you don't. Let me switch to a slightly better weapon here. I've got a bunch of spears. There we go. Ugh. Didn't think he could aim down at that angle. Alright, fine. Where'd my bike go? Where'd it go? Huh? Man, I know I ditched it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Ugh. Uh-oh. Oh, did my bike break? It did. Uh-oh. Well, guess I'll have to auto-build a new one. Here's 2 fans over here. Let's save some zonite. Now it's only 3 zonite. I don't have the flower on it this time, though, but that's okay. I don't need it for the fight. Okay. Oh my gosh, he needs another wave? Alright, fine. Where'd he go? There he is. Last one. I do like his theme. It's nice. This guy is the Wile E. Coyote of this game. He really is. Urgh, blech. This place has too much sand. You're only winning because it keeps getting in my eyes. So I'm gonna let you off easy again. That hunk of junk construct wasn't responding anyway. Change of plans. Operation Steal the Ancient Power is over. I quit. Thought that power might make things easier, but it's just icing. I'm after cake. We've been collecting a mighty power source scattered all across the land. Crystallized charges. I'm gonna use them to restore her an unstoppable weapon for the man himself, the Magnificent One. Once we do, we'll grant his wish for the end of the world. So we don't need the power you stole. Now he's going to the Eastern Abandoned Mine. So, the Stewart construct tells us that he's headed for the Lineru Abandoned Mine. And as per usual, for beating Master Koga, we get a huge crystallized charge worth 100. Most excellent. We'll get another schematic over here. Again, these aren't super worth it, but why not? There's schema stone for the hovercraft. If we really want it. But I'm here for the forge construct. Yes, as you will see in just a moment. So we trade in the zonite that we mined or cloned in this case. And we buy the crystallized charges for it. And then from here, okay, so real quick, I'm gonna buy some more crystallized charges. I'm gonna go back here, and this shop should have restocked by now. I'm gonna buy a couple more. And then once I have a bunch of crystallized charges, we can make a better battery. And you should already know how to make it. Because surely you had to have run across the crystal refinery over here. It's on the Great Sky Island. It's in the starting area. They teach you how to upgrade it in the beginning. It's just very expensive. So they want 100. They want 100 crystallized charges per energy well. So you notice how our battery is divided into. Our battery is divided into like thirds there. Right there next to Link, you see our battery. We have 3 full batteries, but our battery is divided into 3 pieces. Each one of those is an energy well. And you need 100 crystallized charges per energy well. Now, thankfully, we have 500, and it's not going to make us produce these one at a time and go through the cutscene 5 times. As soon as we get producing, it's going to say 5, and that's how much we get for 500. So we're expected to do a lot of mining in this game. A lot of mining. Now, the duplication glitch helps out immensely because we can now take large zonite and duplicate it. And purchase lots and lots of energy crystals for free. Or crystallized charges. Whatever. You get the idea. And now our battery is longer. Our second stamina wheel, the stamina bar, is now longer. But at least that's only for our zonite devices. So it's not too bad. And that's how we make a better battery. To be honest, fighting enemies to mine is the most efficient way to do it unless you're using the glitch. Do you know if there's an armor that essentially doubles battery life if all 3 are equipped? I think there is an armor that has something to do with your battery charge. I just don't recall what it is. I don't remember if it makes it more efficient or what, or maybe if it only applies to your weapons. I'm not sure. But yeah, so there's mines like the Hylia Canyon mine. I think that's another mine over there. I just didn't visit it. There's like a bunch of mines throughout the underground that you can go to get free zonite. Fighting bosses will get you 20 crystallized charges straight up if you fight a boss in the chasm, because you have to take the extra risk of dealing with gloom damage, which is not fantastic. But bosses are worth a lot of zonite, like, because they're usually sitting by a deposit you can mine. Enemy camps are a great way to get materials to make stronger weapons, as well as mine more zonite. And then again, all zonite is turned in at mines, like the Great Abandoned Mine, the Karakara Mine, the Gerudo Mine. You turn it in at mines to get crystallized charges, and then you turn in the crystallized charges to get battery. And yes, that is a little bit tedious if you want to actually grind it normally. Especially the part where you have to turn in one form of currency to get a different form of currency to get an upgrade. Zonite charges for crystallized charges, so that zonite for crystallized charges to get battery. I don't know why they couldn't simplify that step and just go straight to the battery. Maybe because they wanted zonite to also be able to purchase other things as well, like not the energy cells, but the actual zonite charges. I love how there's crystallized charges and zonite charges. But yeah, they also want you to be able to purchase these, which are also kind of nice, I guess. But yeah. So that's how it's done. And it's way past time for me to go to break. So I think that's what I'm gonna do now. We got some stuff. Have I even unlocked one Great Fairy? No, I haven't. I'm gonna go up here and unlock our first Great Fairy. I think that's a good idea. I've got a horse. Let's put it to work. Applies to battery charge on base. Recharge speed increases if upgraded twice. Ah! That sounds good. But for now, break time. I'll see you guys in just a minute. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's get a fairy fountain. Now that we have some completed armor sets, need a place to do upgrades. It looks like we get almost paraglider levels of maneuverability while dropping if we have the full skydive set. It's actually pretty nice. So, shrine, stable, fairy fountain. And maybe talk to the Kilton brothers over there. Why not? In that order. Rise and fall. Rise, fall, and recall. That's what it is. How do you make the flying vehicle again? I'll show that off in just a second. Let me do some stuff first. I need to get a fairy fountain unlocked. Stick around, Time Tree. I'll show you how it's done. We don't need that. We have better stuff. I mean, I guess we really only need this. I suppose. Set that right there. That sent it high enough. We can just do this. I said it before and I'll say it again. The ability to rewind an object in time, irrespective of its effects on the timeline as a whole, is absurdly broken. Right outside the shrine. Hey, look. Another example. So we can get a chest up here. Free Zonai rockets. Nice to have. We'll stop by the Kilton brothers over here. Might as well. How unusual to see you in the daytime. Now we meet Colton, his brother. He wants to turn into a Satori instead of a monster. And they're both crazy. Well, I already have gems. But since this is easy enough, I'll just grab this real quick. There's also some fireproof lizards in here, if you don't scare them off like I did. Giant bright bloom seeds, very useful for your vehicle. We just have to collect the gems from those frogs for him, and he gives us stuff. That's all that's important about this. Okay. And he disappears. Kilton, meanwhile, is apparently going to live over in Terrytown. Now we go to the stable real quick so that we can hurry up and... Oh, scared. Oh well. That bow was gonna break anyway. Go over here so that we can get the troop moving.
Oh.
It's too bad I can't glue them to my flying bike.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh, I don't have a regular horse, and I can't. I need a regular horse. I thought I had one. Oh, maybe I didn't register it. Oh, that's probably what happened. But Epona can't be saddled with a, yeah, with the, thing we need to tow... the cart, so, apparently I have to get a regular horse.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, do I already have it? Okay. Yeah, the towing harness. Yeah, I don't think I can equip that to Epona. That is unfortunate. But I'm fairly certain there are some horses right up ahead, so this won't take too long.
Oh.
Let me double check. Is the towing harness an option?
Oh. Oh.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. I need a regular one. Because Epona is special. Epona is Epona. Oh, and there's those regular horses I was talking about. Perfect. Max stealth armor. And that brown horse actually looks like a good one. Just have to catch it. Let's see if I can corner it, since it's up here in the hills. Oh, snap. It got me. I was looking for that A prompt. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Gotcha. And this should be a decent horse, too. Generally speaking, if the horse has, like, spots or stripes or anything like that, it's not going to be a particularly good horse. Its stats will be somewhat lackluster.
Oh. Oh.
That's actually pretty reasonable for a horse we just randomly caught.
Oh, oh. Oh,
I don't know if the best horses are still located in the same place that they were in Breath of the Wild. But this is a pretty average horse. Anybody got a name? Didn't even think about this part. It's just brown. Brown with a white mane. Yeah, brownie could be spelled two different ways. Choco? Like chocolate? Eh. Mocha? Hey, actually, there we go. I was about to say, I kind of like brownie better, but that is also sort of obvious. But I think mocha is actually pretty good. What do you guys think? Like, that's actually decent. Yeah, there's a way to duplicate equipment if you go to Terrytown. You can duplicate equipment, which is really good. Like weapons and shields and bows and stuff. I haven't really messed around with that. I don't have anything that great. But yeah, I like mocha. That's a good one. That will do.
oh. Oh,
They'll take Epona.
oh.
Attach the
Oh.
towing harness.
Oh. Oh.
Talk to these people. Oh, wait. That's right, we have to go to the Lucky Clover Gazette. So many steps. I will say that about this game. Let's board our horse, actually.
Oh.
There's a lot of steps
Oh.
in all these side quests. Like, almost none of them are simple and straightforward.
Oh.
So we have to go to the Gazette in order to get started on this quest. I find people with musical instruments. Can't I build my own instrument, please? Yes, I know, right? Like, we have the fuse ability. Surely we can just make an instrument. But no, we have to find these other people who know what they're doing. Okay. So the stable we're looking for is outside of Rito Village. But it's probably faster to get there from here. Yeah, there's a lot of do this so that you can do this, so that you can do this, so that you can do this, so you can finally get the reward, and you have no idea what the reward is by the time you're actually done, because one side quest is effectively covering for another, and another, and another.
Oh.
So you never know what side quests lead to what rewards most of the time until after you've already done them. So, like, there's no real indication that, like, for instance, when I was doing the Fierce Deity thing, like, it was just a random cave, you know? You talk to these guys and they talk about, like, Misko's treasure, but they don't mention Fierce Deity until you go into the cave, you find the one armor piece, and then the note says, oh, this, you know, look for the Fierce Deity set. And I'm like, oh, okay. Random side quest that you bumped into that doesn't mention Fierce Deity initially suddenly turns out to be the Fierce Deity set.
Ah.
Now, in this case, if you talked to those guys at the stable, you'll know that where this is headed.
Ah.
But it's still
Ah.
an extra step.
Oh.
Huh? Ah.
She knows who we are. I do like the fact that people know who Link and Zelda are. They're all like, oh my gosh, the hero of Hyrule and the princess. It is nice that they actually know who we are and what our contributions were.
Ah. Ah. Ah.
Froggy armor. Ah. So with this armor set, we can climb in the rain and not slip at all.
Ma.
And that's our reward for visiting all the stables.
Hey.
We're not in a hurry to do that, though. Basically, this is a very long series of side quests.
Ah.
I'm only starting this so that we can do the fairy fountain one.
Ah.
But I guess this would be a nice reward if I really felt like it mattered that much. It's funny how I would have given almost anything for this set in the last game, but in this game, it's far less of a concern. One of my biggest complaints with Breath of the Wild was the rain, and how there was nothing in Breath of the Wild to give us, you know, any kind of traction in the rain. It was literally just, oh, it's raining, better camp until it's not raining anymore so I can actually climb. But now, in this game, it's almost completely unnecessary because we can just fly at any time with machines or with the towers. Like, rain has gone from a massive problem to really just a minor concern. And they've given us an answer for it now, too.
Ah. Sapao.
Soar long. So, yeah. Rain is now just a minor annoyance rather than a major complaint. That is an improvement. Yeah, hello, not Cass. Yeah, I know. Where's Cass? That's a complaint right there. Where's Cass? Is Cass even in this game? I mean, he used to have, you know what? He said, I believe in Breath of the Wild, I think his home is over here at the top of this mushroom. Maybe I should check it out at some point to see if he's actually still over there. It was right next to the... Yeah, this is where the old Blood Moon Shrine used to be. And I believe his abode, his home, was like right up here on top of the mushroom. That's where his diary was anyway, I think. So maybe that's worth checking out. Okay, now we can finally open a fairy fountain. Not that we can upgrade very much.
Huh?
But basically, Great Fairy hid herself away.
No. No.
Because some blonde woman, probably Zelda,
No, no.
has been causing trouble.
Mm. Ah.
You gotta go? Hey, have a good night, Geo. Thank you so much for dropping by. Yeah, it was fun having you. I'll see you on Friday, I hope.
Oh. Toto.
Yeah.
Ah.
So he's going to force us to hear his explanation of the Great Fairy. Why even give us a choice then? Okay.
Ah. Oh.
We're here to take Mocha.
Oh. Oh.
Leave the harness.
Oh. Oh.
Alright, and we need to glue some wheels on this thing. It's not too hard. It's not too hard when they're straight. Huh? Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing, that's why. There we go. So nice, super glue is unbelievably strong, as we all know.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Yeah, yeah.
Calm down, horse. horse. Now, okay, no, it's okay. It's on the other side. Good, good. About to say, like, now how are we going to address where this is? So, horses are immovable. Thankfully, that card is not. To prove the power of Ultra Hand, I sawed this boat in half. Sawed a boat in half? Where are you right now, Duck Game? You messing around in, Lurelin or something? Calm down, horse. There we go.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there a reference to the Flex Seal command? Or the Flex Seal commercial? It's actually a decent violin performance. I'm not sure if I remember the commercial you're talking about. Also, this is my favorite Great Fairy.
Yeah, yeah. Aye. Oh.
Ah, I see. I don't think I've seen that one. Well, look at this. You really helped out here, partner. And now they can just casually talk to the Great Fairy. Because people do that in Hyrule, I guess. It's funny, in all the other Zelda games, they give the impression that the Great Fairy is a bit more, I don't know, revered.
Huh?
Zelda told you that, huh? But it might have been someone else. Doesn't sound like Zelda. And we get 50 rupees for every stable we visit and side quest we solve. Pen will pay us a bit. Soar long.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Now they talk about reuniting their troop, and I assume that that's the answer to getting all the fairy fountains unlocked. So we have to tow them around everywhere,
Yeah, yeah.
along with other side quests.
Huh?
It's a situation I will deal with
Huh?
later. Yeah, just a bunch of escort missions. Not necessarily with the horse. Oh, okay. Well, that's nice to hear. I will check the requirements. Let's see, blue nightshades. Key swings for this one. Sure, why not? We have enough key swings for tier 1. May as well. While we're right here. I do like the fact that they don't move to the end of our inventory as soon as we upgrade them. That's a nice little quality of life improvement.
Huh?
Now, if only our overall menu was
Huh?
a little bit better. If it was just dark theme and not light theme like Breath of the Wild, then it'd be great. We actually got all 4 Great Fairy today. I'm looking to do that probably tonight or at some point in the coming week. I plan to have the game beaten by Friday. Because Thursday is my birthday, and I have taken it off from work. So I am going to be playing until it's done. We need 1 scale from each dragon to get tier 1 on the Fierce Deity armor. It is not particularly easy to upgrade. And it would be good to take down some Hinox too.
Bye!
Now, where they moved my horse to... Yeah, I know why. Those upgrade requirements are the exact same requirements that Breath of the Wild had, Duck Game. It's no surprise to me. I did the Fierce Deity armor for Breath of the Wild 64, because I don't like the way the Barbarian set looks. Now, where did they move my horse to? Did they just board it automatically? I guess they must have. But you can't really farm the dragons, per se, because they won't give you parts except after, like, once in like, I think a certain number of hours of, like, time have passed. Yep, they just auto-boarded my horse. That's fair. But yeah, I wish there was dragon farming. I wish there was a way to farm the dragon parts, but unfortunately, we have to wait because they want a different part per level. Like, tier 1 is the scale, tier 2 is the claw or the fang, and then tier 3 is either the other one of those two, and then tier 4 is the horn. One per flight loop on each dragon. I thought it was longer than that. Huh. Yeah, I thought it was longer than 1 flight loop, but maybe I'm wrong. It could actually be that. I've heard different answers, so no way to confirm for sure. But anyway, We know what we need to do. And that is, we need to get 2 more shrines and perform some upgrades before the end of the stream, because next time we are going to the Gerudo. Actually, you know what? Let's go to the Forgotten Temple, since they want us to do that. I'll probably do all the geoglyphs in one stream after we do like the four areas. I'll just get them all at once instead of getting them in pieces. And as we're about to discover here in the canyon, they even tell us what order to get the glyphs in order to get the story in order. Like, I already did all the glyphs on my other file, and I did it after getting 3 of the new champions. Or the sages, yeah. Yeah, I did all that. I pulled the Master Sword. Oh, is it too high? Oh, okay. We're just gonna run away from them. Make good use of Ascend. Oh, what could you possibly be loading in that tiny distance? There we go. Get a shrine right here, and that will lead naturally into what they want us to do for the glyphs. We'll start that without finishing it. Oh yeah, and by the way, there's another side quest that requires the dragon's claws. So we actually need 2 claws. Oh yeah, this one. How do you guys feel about an extra large Korok puzzle? Sound like fun? I sure hope so, because that's what we're doing. Extra large Korok block puzzle. And don't worry, Time Tree, I have not forgotten. I will show you how to make the flying vehicle. I'll show you how to do it. Just give me a second. Just want to wrap up all these preparations. And I'll make sure to do it for you. You trying to make a staircase there? Oh, yeah, no. You're supposed to match the construction on the other side. So there's a cube, so we need to make a cube out of this. It's rotation gets me. Because there's an axis missing. Although... just go ahead and grab that real quick. Free large charge. Kind of worth, I would say. Always good to have those while we're lower on battery, so that we can just freely go where we wish. Yeah, this is just a large multi-stage Korok puzzle. Actually, I have an old thing where different shapes of cube stuck to each other in various cards with different goals to solve. You're actually struggling to get the Master Sword? Well... I mean, I got lucky. I saw the dragon coming up at me while I was on a sky island, so... I just dropped down onto it. But honestly, a flying machine would help. A flying machine and lots of batteries, probably your best way. That and knowing the dragon's route, which you can find online. All the dragon's routes are just literally type in TOTK dragon routes and then look at images and they will show you the route. They will show you the route of the dragon. All the dragons, actually. All of them. So the big goddess statue in here has been toppled. And there's actually a side quest with the other goddess statues at the various, the springs to restore this, and you need dragon claws for it. So we actually need even more dragon parts, which is just fantastic. And so here we have the game telling us the exact order of the glyphs that we need to collect in order to get the story in order. We can get it in any order, but this is nice to have.
Oh.
What could this mean?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
So I believe they make a spiral at first. Yeah, this one, then this one, Then this one, I think. Then that one. Then this one. Then that one. And then they get a little crazy. No, it starts from here. Yeah, it starts this one. Yeah, this one. This one. Then that one. This one. This one, and this one, I believe, right? Yeah. Raru, castle, slate, creature, thingy. Oh no, actually, I had one extra. This one's not in there. It just goes from here to there. Okay. But yeah, there's a bit of a spiral shape to it. But anyway, we got the shrine. That's what I wanted. All right. Time tree. I'm going to make good on my promise now. So basically, to assemble this, we want to go to a vehicle port. See all these dots? These are vehicle ports. These octagons that are just sort of randomly strewn about. We need a vehicle port with particular pieces. I believe this one right here has the stuff. It's like right next to the abandoned mine where you get... Do you have the control stick? And there's another thing that's not even included in the build. Just let me show you how to do it from here, but just go down here. It's like right next to the abandoned central mine where you get auto build, so it's not that far away. It's like right here. Also, it's just literally down in this chasm right here. Just drop right down into this hole, and it's literally right here. And then right around the corner here. Does this have everything I need? It does. It looks like, yeah, okay. So here's how we make it. Here's what you're gonna want to do. You see this? This is not part of the actual thing you're going to build, but you're gonna want this as a little platform to hold things up. So this spike right here, just put it in the ground somewhere about yay high. There's a reason why this is important. Take the control stick and put it on the spike upside down like this. Don't attach it, just put it there. Now it's resting upside down there on the spike. Now you grab one of the fans here like so. You want to tilt it. You could make this with the fans pointing straight down if you wanted and avoid the whole spike step here. But if you do that, you won't ever be able to go down. Your machine will be able to go forward and backwards, left, right, and up, but you won't be able to go down. That's why the fans are angled on the bike. So that if you push forward on the control stick, it'll actually go down. Okay, this is the trickiest part. You have to center these perfectly. So once you've angled it right, you need to attach this to the control stick perfectly center. And as you can see, that's kind of tricky. If you're off, your bike will lean to the left or right a bit. Like the one I have actually leans a bit to one side, just a tiny bit, but it's manageable. But you want this to be as dead center as possible. It'll fall off when you do this. If you try to build this without the spike, good luck aligning any of this. So here's what we're gonna do now. There are instructions, by the way, for this. We're going to rest this up against the spike. We're not going to attach it. Do not press A, press B to let go. Yeah, that's pretty close to centered. And then don't angle this one because your machine is angled. And we want to attach this ever so carefully to the center. Of the control thing, but not at the front like I just did. So whoops, hold on. That was close. But we actually want it, I believe, like that instead. There we go. Okay, yeah, I had it a bit too far forward, but yeah, they're moving it back, and now there we go. Now you want to take this, and yeah, like there's your bike. It should work. Now here's the important step. Go into auto build, and the last thing you built, like you notice this thing has just a history of like the stuff you built in the order you built it in. You want to favorite it. So you press Y to add it to your favorites. I'm not going to bother. I already have my bike built and added to favorites. And there you go. Let's see how this one turned out. So ideally, if you built it right and you just let the control stick go, just let it go neutral, it won't turn or twist at all. This one looks like it has a little bit of a left-hand lean. So it's like turning to the left a little bit, but honestly, that's manageable. That's nothing too serious. The bike is almost indestructible. Almost. Obviously, if it takes a hit that's too big, it will break or be destroyed. And because there's only 3 pieces, you can easily build it for 9 Zonite. Oh, also you can rotate it. There you go. Just like that. And that's how it's built. We have so much more battery now. This is actually really nice. Okay. But enough. We got a picture earlier while we were down looking for Koga. Let's talk to Joshua here and see if we can see if her research is finished so we can get Robbie back to Hateno. Gotta help her finish up. And once Robbie's back in Hateno, we can get the travel medallion. That's a big deal. I need one more shrine and the travel medallions, and I think we'll call it a night. And then next time, we'll just go straight to the Gerudo. Yeah, see, we take one more picture of any of those statues. Talk to Joshua. And suddenly she found the whole mural.
Okay. Oh.
No. You need to take an extra picture for Joshua. You don't just need auto build. I can 100% confirm that because I streamed. Like, I streamed this. I'm absolutely positive. Last episode, I was commenting on, like, let's get Robbie to Hateno, but I didn't have another picture of one of the statues. And the big mural she has there is not complete. I tested this on stream.
Aw.
They pulled the kid card on me. Said I couldn't go into the depths. Yeah, Joshua, you're too young.
Aha.
She gives us a bunch of stuff, which is really nice. Tells us to go do stuff for her.
What?
I already found the temple. Auto build was there.
Oh.
I don't know why the extra picture was necessary. Because it's this makes it sound like auto build is all that was necessary. But for some reason it wasn't there. But now it's here. We have it. It's not difficult to get.
Aha. Yeah. Okay.
She wants to force us to demonstrate auto build. Goggles! What are you yelling about, Joshua? The mysterious power of Zonai Superglue.
Oh.
And we get a large Zonite for free.
Aha. Yeah.
But more importantly...
Oh.
Koga, the leader of the Yiga clan, was there? Oh, this is dangerous. Yeah, we took care of him. And Wile E. Coyote is not that dangerous, to be honest.
Aha. Aha.
You mean this statue right here?
What?
Here's where the picture comes in, although I'm not sure why
Oh.
things went the way they did.
Aha. Oh.
She does a lot of talking, as you can see. Josh is not really that bad of a character, but still. We just want to get to the... just want to get to Robbie. He's headed off. Off to the lab. And, oh yeah, I forgot. There's actually yet one more step that needs to be achieved. So we actually have to break into Robbie's house over here in Akala before we're done. I think there's actually a couple different ways to do that, too. Like, we can go from the sky, or I think we can actually go from the depths. And I kind of want to try going from the depths. because I went from above before and just knocked on the door. I want to see what happens if I go from the depths. But yeah, we have to break into Robbie's house and fight some Yiga clan guys who've taken up residence. And then Robbie will finally give us our travel medallions based on how many towers we've collected. Since we've collected them all, we get all 3. I'm actually just gonna go in here. Just because I want to see what happens if we go from below. Oh. It's one of those. Do I want to fight that? Not especially. There's a boss right there. Don't think I want to deal with it just yet. We're going to run away from it. Oh my gosh, it's really dedicated. But no. The safety of the light route. That's what we're after. Let's pull up our bike. Actually, what am I doing? Make sure to hit it after throwing the seed on it. Keep it from flying off. And here we go. We'll fight those monsters later. So we need to go up, so this is the wrong way. This is closer to the right way. We'll grab a few light roots on the way. Constantly checking our course, making sure we're on the right track. There's a Lionel down there. And it looks like it's armored too, so yeah, I'm gonna say nope to that. This. And now here's what I mean by coming from below. You see that building right there? Those are ascension buildings. That is to say, we can use ascend to go to the surface from those buildings. They're scattered in seemingly random places. So far, there's only like 2 or 3 of those that I have found to actually be of any real use. Like, A lot of these just go to completely random places. I don't understand the thinking behind their placement at all. But this one in particular happens to be directly below Robbie's house. Which is what makes me wonder if we can't just enter his house from below. See, it's directly below the tech lab. So, can we just go in from below? Is that what the game is trying to tell us? Because if that's a choice, I want to see how that goes down. We don't need this anymore. It was a little too late on the paraglide. How will this work out, I wonder? Knock, knock. Avon calling. Fierce deity just dropping in. Link, you thought you could sneak past us, did you? Come out front, let's settle this. So this is literally, yeah. This is the same thing that happens if you knock on the door. Ah, Tulin putting in work. Eightfold long blade. Not a wind cleaver, unfortunately. And they didn't even have the courtesy to leave behind bananas. Aww. Okay, so it was the same thing as knocking on the front door. It was just a little funnier. Did they literally just take his door and like turn it upside down? I think that's what happened. Hey, hey, superstar. Yeah, see, this is what happens when people in the Zelda universe get a little too serious about imitating the Mario universe. The mushroom fashion. Is the Toad's mushroom a hat? Or is it part of his head? Well, in Hyrule, it's a fashionable hat, apparently. But anyway, yeah, so, yeah. We get a Yiga set. If we want to impersonate the Yiga, we can. What'd he say? I have to go to Hateno to get the rest of the set? Oh, wait. I think. You just understood the reference? Oh, it's something from Ghibli again? Oh. I guess that's not too surprising. But I connect it to Mario. I'm trying to imitate Toad. But in a universe that's more serious. So it doesn't really work so well. It just looks silly. At least in my opinion, anyway. Although I guess it does technically, the way it's styled, it is styled like medieval clothing. A little bit. With the poofy pants. Anyhow, so we got the prototype. And now we can just head to Hateno. And get our travel medallions. After that, actually, I was about to say after that we get one more shrine and we're done, but actually we're going to be forced to get a shrine in order to get our upgrades, so never mind. I just remembered we don't get a choice. And I really mean it that way. We don't get a choice. We are forced to do a little Sheikah sensor thing. To proceed. So this will solve all our problems, actually. And then we can call it a night. Get some upgrades. And we'll be ready for Reju on Friday. Actually did that shrine before getting Robbie there. Oh, can you do that? That sounds good to me. That sounds like a fantastic idea. Why don't we save ourselves some time? There's the shrine. And there's the weird frog. Probably make some weapons. Yeah, need to make some weapons next time. I got some good stuff to make weapons with. I'll just put this on for now. Hearty truffle. That's nice. Let's go ahead and do the shrine, since we need to. pop up there, talk to Robbie, and be done. Hey, and it's a blessing. Very good. Magic Scepter. So, this is really good. This is completely worth. What do we ditch for it? Yeah, the magic set. This is the two-handed magic staff. This is very, very good to have. I am going to say let's. What do I want to get rid of for it? Yeah, there's a one-handed version, there's a two-handed version, and there's a spear. There is a spear version. The spear version and the two-handed version are both good. You want both of them. The one-handed version is not very good, to be honest. It just gives you this tiny, tiny little burst when you swing it. The two-handed version gives you the huge AoE, and the spear version gives you a slightly smaller AoE, but it's still big enough, and it fires more forward. Like, it covers more forward distance. So the spear version's actually pretty good, too. I have a lot of spears. Let me see. Single-handed versus double-handed weapons. Sort. Single-handed weapons, 5. Not very many of these. Lots of spears, but spears are good. That's actually better. We'll go with one of these. I'm gonna get rid of the Traveler Spear. Yeah, exactly. The one-handed scepter just isn't all that great, but the two-handed one, on the other hand, gives you a massive AoE, and it is one of the single greatest weapons in the game. If you fuse a sapphire to it, you get basically the Blizzard Rod effect from Breath of the Wild. So there are no Blizzard Rods. However, the two-handed scepter is effectively a Blizzard Rod if you attach a sapphire to it. And that is exactly what we're gonna do. Literally just all the enemies around you just instantly frozen, and then you pull out a different weapon, and as soon as you hit them with that weapon, it deals 3 times damage. And then when you're done hitting them all, if they're not dead, just freeze them again. This is literally a perma-stun. Is literally just a perma-stun. If you fuse a topaz to it, you'll get the electric effect, and, you know, because electricity is a little weird in Hyrule, everybody drops their weapons. But getting them to drop their weapons, as valuable as that is not quite as good as just freezing them solid and being able to deal extra damage, in my opinion. And of course, fire will, you know, deal extra damage because of the burn over time, and it will temporarily stun them, but you won't get any extra damage. So it's like, in my opinion, ice is just the best way to go. Just perma-stun them forever until they're dead. So, now that we have that, we'll be better equipped to handle mobs of enemies. If we ever need to do that again. Now, that's the last shrine that we need, so let's get our upgrades. Man, another blood moon. I swear, these blood moons are like every 3 nights. It feels like. No, I swear they're more frequent than that, Duck Game. I swear they must be more frequent than that. What an excellent night. Here's the Purapad. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. Yay, we get the Sheikah sensor. Yay. That's odd. The sensor reacts when you're moving toward a shrine. There's a shrine in the cave at the bottom of this hill, but the sensor isn't reacting to it whatsoever. All I know for sure is that the Blood Moon is way more frequent in this game than it was in Breath of the Wild. Like, way more. What, you already found it? Oh, I expect nothing less of you. That sensor will still be invaluable. It's a product of my brilliance, after all. I'd expect nothing less from me. Well, I've told you what you need to do about that sensor, but I fear it's gone in one ear and out the other. Yes! Yes, it has. The sensor is just not needed. Okay, I guess it's a neat little feature if the internet didn't exist, but it does. We can just find whatever we want. Whenever we want. If we're really that lost. If we are so lost that we need a sensor, we go to the internet. Like, maybe you would occasionally use it for, like, material farming, but the only materials that are worth having in this game are, yeah, like, in very particular places. And I literally showed them, like, a couple of those places this stream. If you want hardy materials, go here. Like, I marked them. Like, there's certain sky archipelagos where you can find the hardy radishes. And in Zora's Domain, they sell 1 hardy salmon every Blood Moon rotation. So, like, I've got all my hardy foods mapped carefully. There's another hardy radish set over here.
Hey.
So, yeah, like, there's very little... Like, there's Endura carrots on Satori Mountain. But there's also Endura shrooms next to all those hardy radishes. So, like, anything we would really need is also pretty easy to find. So the sensor is just useless. Your Purapad is nowhere near complete. There's a bunch of extra features we can give it, like the travel medallion. And Hero's Path. And the Sheikah Sensor Plus, which will help you find more shrines, which, again, if we were truly that lost, we would just look it up. But I guess for people who just really don't want to look anything up on the internet, I guess it's there. For what very few people that will be. Your Purapad will be perfect once I've installed all those. But first we need to gather some test data so I can fine-tune the prototypes. Let's get to work on the pad. Travel medallion. But we're gonna have to have a little bit of an extra challenge with all this. Whoa. Look here in Akala. It's the Akala Ancient Tech Lab, which is also my home. That's where the prototype medallion feature is. I started work on it back there.
Oh.
I'd go get it myself, but word is some dangerous trespassers have made themselves at home there. So that's why I'd like you to go get it. However, we've already been there. So he gives us the Hateno warp point. Or the lab warp point anyway. So we already have it.
Oh.
Ta-da! So much talking. But I suspect I could add 2 more gates. Yes, then it'd hit maximum capacity. We need 10 map data locations.
Oh. Oh.
Except we already have the data. And for 15 areas, too. Because we've gotten all the spots. All our travel medallions.
Oh.
And believe me, the travel medallions are actually very useful. Because the shrines aren't always in very convenient locations. The shrines and the towers in this game, they're not always very convenient. And this is to say nothing of underground stuff. So, like, here's an example above ground. Like, the shrine in Breath of the Wild was at the top of Satori Mountain here. This shrine is, like, way down here at the bottom. So what happens if you need the Endura carrots over here? Or any of the stuff at the top? You have to go here and then climb up. I'm not saying this is where I'm going to put one of my medallions. But, like, it's just inconvenient that the shrine isn't at the top. Hyrule Castle. There's a shrine, like, over here near the bottom. Guess where I'm going to leave my travel medallion, or one of them anyway. In the exact same place that I left my travel medallion in Breath of the Wild. Right there. On top of this spire right here. Or near the top anyway. So I can glide down to any other part. Can tell you that right now. And then, like, down here in the depths, the Lionel Coliseum, this one right here, the floating Coliseum, this is where you get Majora's Mask. We will be getting that later. You have to fight a bunch of Lionels in a row, and it's a great place to farm, like, Lionel weapons and things, once we get strong enough for that. So, probably going to put one there, because there's, like, no... There is a warp point, like, right over here, but it's still, like, you have to fly over there, or swim, God forbid, or walk around this long pathway. So, like, might as well just put a medallion right there if I'm going to farm the place. Yeah, there's definitely plenty of places to put your medallions in this game. Like, honestly, we almost need more than 3. Almost. But 3, I think, is alright, at least. You know what? While we're here, we can get the Hero's Path thing. Why not?
Oh.
15 shrines. Gee. What a challenge.
Oh. Oh.
Hey, look at that.
Oh. Oh.
And now to leave without collecting the Sheikah Sensor Plus. And I don't know, maybe we'll get it later, I guess. It's not super important, so I'm not in a hurry. We'll let the Blood Moon happen.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines.
overdramatic Zelda will tell us all about it. Uh-oh. And then the stream will go down. Are we still live? Are we still here? Maybe it was just my player on this end? I hope. Yeah, okay. We are still live. There was just a momentary glitch. The angel statue for Hateno is right here by the mayor's house. So, after completing the second wheel of stamina, as I said, I'm going to get one more heart container. There we go. Just the one. Now we're all in on stamina from now until I have completed stamina, until I have the full third wheel. I'm not going to get any more hearts. Except, of course, hearts that drop from bosses. But yeah, no more hearts until after we've completed all of our stamina wheel. So, there we go. Now we can look at our hero's path if we want to. It's a bunch of lines, mostly, as we glide from place to place. Which is more or less what you should expect. This is kind of what the Breath of the Wild thing looked like. It was just a bunch of lines from place to place. BLSS and Wind Bomb were fun and fast. They're not really necessary in this game, but they would be faster if they did still exist. But it's fine. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and warp over to Gerudo Canyon here. And I think we'll call it right there. Thank you all so much for coming. Duck Game, Aurora, Time Tree, Geo, Avalon. You guys are fantastic. I hope you all are enjoying this game as much as I am. Thank you so much for coming, and I will see you all on Friday. I guess that'll be the closest thing I have to a birthday stream, since my birthday's on Thursday. I'll see you then. Have a good night. Hey guys, thanks for watching. This is where most people tell you to like, comment, and subscribe. And while I would appreciate you doing all that, if you enjoyed my content, come check me out on Twitch at twitch.tv/TrinfiniteX so you can watch and chat with me while I make these. I'm a family-friendly streamer, so everybody's welcome. Throw me a follow on Twitch and Twitter so you can get notifications when I go live. Links will be down in the description. Have a wonderful day, and I look forward to meeting you.